through bodily fluids, primarily through bites. Infected individuals demonstrate extreme aggression and altered neurological function. The pathogen has a rapid onset and high transmission rate. We are working with military and civilian authorities to contain the outbreak. Citizens in Philadelphia should shelter in place immediately, lock and barricade doors and windows, avoid contact with anyone displaying symptoms of infection, aggression, violence, attempt to bite. Do not attempt to leave the city. Military personnel have orders to prevent movement across the cordon for quarantine purposes.
Fucking zombies are outside. There's gunshots and everything. Just can't wait till it's recorded for the documents. Everything. I'm going to sleep, guys. Fucking terrifying shit. I ain't been out the house in fucking 2 weeks, running out of food.
1.6 million people are trapped in a city with an outbreak of something that turns people into violent, attacking, effectively undead assailants. The implications are staggering.
It's 9:15 p.m. Let's talk about how this started, because understanding the origin might help understand what we're dealing with. The first documented case appears to be a man admitted to Temple University Hospital at approximately 2 a.m. last night, 19 hours ago. He was brought in by ambulance, unconscious, found collapsed in an alley in Kensington. Medical records show he had severe fever, seizures, and what doctors described as unprecedented neural inflammation. He died at 4:30 a.m. His body was taken to the morgue. At 6:15 a.m., a morgue attendant was attacked by this patient who was dead, had been dead for nearly 2 hours, but was somehow mobile and violent.
The morgue attendant was bitten on the arm. He was treated and released. By 8 a.m., he was symptomatic, fever, confusion, aggression. By 9:30 a.m., he was dead. By 10 a.m., he reanimated in the emergency room where he'd been treated and attacked the nurse and two other patients. The nurse was bitten. The two patients were bitten. All three became infected. The progression from one case at 6 a.m. to hundreds by noon was exponential. Each infected person attacks and infects multiple others before being stopped. The math is brutal. Exponential growth with a doubling time of roughly 2 hours.
By noon, there were an estimated 200 infected individuals in Philadelphia. By 2 p.m., that number had grown to 800. By 4 p.m., over 3,000. By 6 p.m., estimates ranged from 10 to 15,000. By now, 9 p.m., conservative estimates placed the infected population at over 50,000. That's 3% of the city's population. And the growth continues. If this isn't contained, if the exponential growth continues, the entire city could be infected within 48 hours.
The military response has been massive and swift. Fort Dixon, New Jersey, mobilized within 2 hours. Army units from Fort Bragg were airlifted to Philadelphia. Marines from Quantico, National Guard from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland. Within 6 hours, over 30,000 military personnel established a perimeter completely surrounding Philadelphia, a circle roughly 15 miles in diameter with the city center at its core. Checkpoints on every road, patrols between checkpoints, helicopter surveillance, the most comprehensive quarantine cordon ever established on American soil.
Inside the perimeter is chaos. We're receiving fragmentary reports from people trapped inside. Cell phone videos being uploaded before towers become overwhelmed. Social media posts, calls to family members outside the city. The picture they paint is terrifying. Infected individuals, zombies, let's call them what they are, roaming the streets in growing numbers. They're drawn to noise and movement. They attack anyone they encounter. They won't stop unless destroyed. And by destroyed, I mean significant head trauma. Shooting them in the chest doesn't work. They don't feel pain. They don't bleed out. Only destroying the brain stops them.
Police in Philadelphia exhausted their ammunition within the first 4 hours. They retreated to stations and barricaded themselves. Some stations are fallen, overrun by sheer numbers. The living officers inside were killed or infected. The National Guard troops inside the perimeter fighting against the battle. They're trained for civil unrest, for peacekeeping. They're not trained for this. They're not mentally prepared for shooting American civilians who happen to be infected and reanimated. The psychological toll is enormous. So some troops are freezing. unable to shoot. Some are breaking down. Some are following orders and destroying infected on site. But the trauma is visible at
9:30 p.m. Let's address the science because people need to understand what's possible and what isn't. Scientifically, the concept of reanimated dead bodies violates everything we understand about biology. Death means cessation of cellular processes. Brain death means no neural activity. Without a beating heart, blood doesn't circulate. Without respiration, cells don't get oxygen. Without oxygen, cells die, particularly brain cells that die within minutes. So how can dead bodies move?
We received analysis from a neurologist about an hour ago. The theory is that what we're seeing is not true death and reanimation in the supernatural sense. Rather, it's a pathogen, probably a virus, that induces a death-like state while maintaining minimal brain function in certain primitive brain structures. The higher cognitive functions shut down, the frontal cortex, the areas responsible for reason, personality, memory. But the brainstem and primitive limbic structures, those controlling basic drives like aggression and hunger, remain active. The pathogen may alter metabolism so radically that infected individuals don't need circulation or respiration as we understand them. Cells may function anaerobically. It's unprecedented, but theoretically possible.
The analysis continues. The fighting behavior suggests the pathogen manipulates host behavior to facilitate transmission, similar to rabies, which causes aggression and biting. The rapid progression suggests either the pathogen was engineered or it's something that's been evolving in an unknown reservoir and recently jumped to humans. The complete picture will take time to understand. Right now, containment is the priority. We need to prevent this from spreading beyond Philadelphia. That's the scientific perspective. A pathogen that effectively turns people into aggressive, mindless vectors of infection. Not supernatural zombies, but biological zombies.
The question everyone is asking, could this spread beyond Philadelphia? The military certainly believes it could, hence the extreme quarantine measures. But containment depends on the perimeter holding. And we're already receiving reports of problems with the perimeter, multiple breaches attempted, people inside trying to escape through gaps in coverage, infected individuals pressing against the barriers. The cordon is strong but not impenetrable, and there are 1.6 million people inside who are desperate, frightened, and increasingly infected.
It's 9:45 p.m. I need to read a statement from the president that was released 30 minutes ago. My fellow Americans, we face an unprecedented crisis. An outbreak of a dangerous pathogen in Philadelphia has necessitated extraordinary measures. I have authorized the military quarantine of Philadelphia to prevent spread to other populations. I understand this is frightening, particularly for those trapped inside the city. We are working around the clock to understand this pathogen and develop a response. Food, water, and medical supplies are being prepared for delivery to uninfected survivors within the city. Military personnel are instructed to protect the perimeter while also protecting innocent civilians. I am asking all Americans to remain calm, to trust that we will resolve this crisis, and to pray for those affected. We will not abandon Philadelphia. We will not abandon our fellow citizens. God bless America.
That statement raises more questions than it answers. Food, water, and medical supplies are being prepared for delivery. But how? How do you deliver supplies to survivors scattered throughout the city, swarming with infected? Military personnel are instructed to protect innocent civilians. But how do they distinguish infected from uninfected at a distance except at night? And perhaps most ominously, we will not abandon Philadelphia. That phrasing suggests the government is aware of the temptation to abandon it, to write off 1.6 million people for the sake of protecting 330 million. That possibility is being discussed. We know it is.
International reaction has been swift. Canada has closed the U.S.-Canada border completely. No crossing is permitted. Mexico has closed the southern border. The European Union has suspended all flights from the United States. Asia has done the same. The world is quarantining America the way America is quarantining Philadelphia. They're terrified this will spread. And they're not wrong to be terrified. If the Philadelphia outbreak isn't contained, if it reaches New York or Washington or Boston, containment becomes exponentially more difficult. If it reaches multiple cities, containment may become impossible.
It's 10 p.m. We've been on the air for an hour. Sarah, we need to discuss what's actually happening on the ground in Philadelphia because the situation is deteriorating rapidly. We're receiving reports from people trapped inside. Let me read some of the messages we've gotten. This one is from someone in Center City. I'm on the 8th floor of an apartment building on Walnut Street. I've been documenting everything from my window. The infected are everywhere, hundreds on this street alone. They're not moving fast, they stumble, they lurch, but they're persistent, they don't stop. I watched one of them walk into a wall over and over for 20 minutes until someone made a noise nearby, and it turned toward that instead.
Another message from someone in the same area describes the infected in detail. They're pale, their skin has a grayish tint, their eyes are empty, like looking at a corpse. But they move, they're clumsy, uncoordinated, but they're mobile. Some have obvious injuries, gunshot wounds, broken ribs, but they keep moving anyway. I saw one with its leg bent at an impossible angle, dragging itself with its arms. They make sounds, moaning, groaning, guttural noises, no speech, no intelligence, just hunger. They're driven by something primal.
This message is particularly disturbing. It's from someone who was in a building with other survivors. There were about 30 of us when this started. We barricaded the ground floor entrance. But some people panicked and left, tried to make it to the military perimeter. I watched them from my window. They didn't make it. The infected swarmed them. I'm not sure how many of us are left now. We're staying quiet, not using lights, trying not to attract attention, but we can hear them in the building. They're trying to get through the barricade. It's holding for now, but I don't know for how long.
Another message describes military activity. I saw a National Guard convoy come through around 6 p.m. They were fighting infected in the street. Rifles, automatic fire, they killed dozens, but there were too many. The convoy got swarmed. Some of the vehicles made it through, some didn't. I saw soldiers being pulled from trucks, being overwhelmed, being bitten. I saw soldiers turn and attack their own squad mates within minutes. The infection moved so fast. 1 minute you're fighting them, the next minute you are one of them.
These descriptions match dozens of other reports we're receiving. The infected are numerous, persistent, and the living are trapped with limited supplies and no clear path to rescue. Sarah, I don't see how this ends well. The math is brutal. If the infection rate continues, there will be more infected than uninfected within 24 hours. By 48 hours, there might be almost no uninfected survivors left.
10:15 p.m. Let's talk about what the military is planning because we have information about their internal discussions. A source who must remain anonymous has told us that military planners are discussing 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, containment success. The perimeter holds, the infection burns itself out inside Philadelphia as it runs out of hope. Survivors are rescued and decontaminated. This is the optimistic scenario. Scenario 2, containment failure. The infection breaches the perimeter, spreads to surrounding areas, requiring expanding quarantine zones and potential martial law across the eastern seaboard.
And scenario 3, Sarah, tell me about scenario 3.
Scenario 3 is what they're calling sterilization options. If the infection cannot be contained and threatens to spread beyond control, military planners are discussing the use of overwhelming force to eliminate all infected individuals and potentially all individuals within the quarantine zone, infected or not. This would involve, David, this is difficult to say, bombing Philadelphia, nuclear explosives, thermobaric weapons, possibly tactical nuclear weapons, complete destruction of the city and everything in it to prevent the infection from spreading to the rest of the country.
Let me be clear. We're talking about the United States military potentially dropping bombs on an American city with over 1 million people still alive inside. The government killing its own citizens to prevent a greater catastrophe. It sounds unthinkable. It is unthinkable, but it's being discussed. Our source says these discussions are at the highest level. The Joint Chiefs, the National Security Council, the President herself, they're looking at the numbers, infection rates, containment probability, risk to the broader population, and some are concluding that sacrificing Philadelphia might be necessary to save the nation.
It's 10:30 p.m. We need to address what people outside Philadelphia should be doing. First, if you live within 100 miles of Philadelphia, you should prepare to evacuate. The cordon might not hold. Have a bag packed with essentials, water, food, medications, important documents, cash. Have a full tank of gas. Know your evacuation route. If the cordon breaks, if infected start spreading beyond Philadelphia, they have very little warning time, minutes maybe, be ready to leave immediately.
Second, secure your home. This sounds paranoid, but better paranoid than dead. Lock doors and windows, board up ground floor windows if you can. Have weapons available, firearms if you have them, but also blunt instruments, bladed weapons, anything you can use to defend yourself. The infected can be stopped by destroying the brain. That requires head trauma, crushing, severing, massive impact. Baseball bat, a machete, a crowbar. These can work if you're forced into close quarters. Firearms are better if you can aim for the head.
Third, stockpile supplies. Not panic buying, but reasonable preparation. 2 weeks of food and water. Medical supplies. Batteries, flashlights, radios. If the outbreak spreads, supply chains will collapse. Stores will be empty or closed. You need to be self-sufficient. Fourth, identify safe locations. Where could you go if your home becomes compromised? An upper floor of a building, a location with limited access points. Think about defensibility. You want positions that are difficult for infected to reach and easy to defend.
And fifth, form community groups, talk to your neighbors, organize. If this spreads to your area, isolated individuals won't survive. Groups will coordinate defense, share resources, communicate plans. The infected are drawn to noise and movement, so organized groups that can move quietly and defend positions effectively will have the best chance of survival. I know this all sounds extreme. I know it sounds like preparing for war. But if Philadelphia falls, if the infection spreads, that's essentially what this will be, a war for survival.
It's 10:45 p.m. Let's discuss what's happening at the perimeter because the situation there is becoming critical. The military established checkpoints at every major road. Interstate 95, Route 1, Interstate 76, dozens of others. These checkpoints are manned by troops with orders to turn back anyone trying to leave Philadelphia. Initially, this was done peacefully. Soldiers explaining the quarantine, redirecting people back into the city. But as the situation inside deteriorated, as people became more desperate, the checkpoints became flashpoints.
We're receiving reports of violence at multiple checkpoints, people ramming barriers with vehicles, people on foot trying to rush past soldiers. In several cases, soldiers have opened fire. The official count is 17 people killed at checkpoints trying to escape quarantine. 17 American citizens killed by American soldiers for trying to flee a city full of zombies. The moral complexity is staggering. Those soldiers are following orders designed to protect millions by containing the outbreak, but they're also shooting desperate people who are trying to save themselves and their families.
There are also reports of infected reaching the perimeter, not many yet, but some. Infected individuals drawn toward the noise and lights of the checkpoint. When they arrive, soldiers destroy them. This is unambiguous, clearly infected, clearly dangerous, clearly needing to be stopped. But it's psychologically traumatic. These soldiers are shooting what were recently their fellow Americans, what look like people, even if they're no longer people in any meaningful sense. The psychological damage to these troops will be long-lasting.
At 11 checkpoints, infected individuals have appeared in sufficient numbers to threaten the positions. At checkpoint 7 on Interstate 95 North, a group of approximately 40 infected approached the position at 8 p.m. Soldiers opened fire, destroying all of them, but not before one soldier was bitten. The soldier shot himself before he turned. At checkpoint 12 on Route 1 South, over 100 infected swarmed the position at 9 p.m. The soldiers held but exhausted significant ammunition. They're calling for resupply.
The perimeter is holding for now, but it's being tested. And as the number of infected inside Philadelphia grows, the pressure on the perimeter will increase. With thousands or tens of thousands of infected tests against the cordon simultaneously at multiple points, the soldiers might not be able to hold. They could be overrun. And if the perimeter breaks, if infected get into the surrounding suburbs and towns, we're facing a completely different scale of Texas. Philadelphia contained as a catastrophe. Philadelphia uncontained as a potential apocalypse.
11 p.m. We've been on the air for 2 hours. Let's talk about the response in neighboring cities because people are terrified. In New York City, just 90 miles away, there's widespread panic. Stores are being emptied. People are evacuating. Traffic out of the city is gridlocked. It's taking 12 hours to get through the Lincoln Tunnel. The mayor has called for calm, but people aren't listening. They're terrified that what's happening in Philadelphia will happen in New York. And they're not wrong to be terrified.
In Washington, D.C., the government is evacuating non-essential personnel. The president has been moved to an undisclosed secure location. Congress is in emergency session, but considering relocation. The Pentagon is operating under crisis protocols. There's serious discussion of moving the capital temporarily to a more secure location, possibly Denver, possibly somewhere even more remote. The idea that Washington, D.C. might fall to a zombie outbreak is being seen as a realistic possibility that requires contingency planning.
In Baltimore, just 100 miles from Philadelphia, the mayor has imposed a curfew, everyone indoors by 10 p.m. National Guard patrol on the streets. The city is preparing for the possibility that infected could reach them. In Trenton, even closer to Philadelphia, there's near total evacuation happening. The entire city is emptying. People flooding south and west away from Philadelphia. The highways are packed. It's chaos.
New Jersey governor issued a statement declaring a state of emergency for the entire state. Schools closed, non-essential businesses closed, residents advised to stay home unless evacuating. The Garden State Parkway and New Jersey Turnpike are being converted to one-way evacuation routes heading south and west. Gas stations along these routes are running dry. Some have already closed, unable to handle the volume. The entire state is in crisis mode.
It's 11:15 p.m. Let me read an update we just received from inside Philadelphia. This is from someone in South Philadelphia. The power is flickering, and I think the grid is failing. When it goes dark, we won't be able to see them coming. We've been running our refrigerator trying to preserve food, but if power dies, everything's spoiled. We have maybe 4 days of non-perishable food. After that, we'll have to venture out to find more. And going outside is suicide. We can hear them everywhere, moaning, shuffling, scratching at doors. They know we're in here. They can sense us somehow. It's only a matter of time.
Another message was gone in North Philadelphia. I tried to reach my parents in Germantown. Phone lines are down. Cell networks are overwhelmed. I haven't been able to contact them in 3 hours. I don't know if they're alive, infected, or dead. The not knowing is almost worse than knowing would be. I'm going crazy with worry. But I can't go to them. It's 5 miles through a city full of infected. I'd never make it. I'm trapped here while my family might be dying. This is hell.
These messages reflect the psychological toll on survivors. They're not just facing physical danger. They're facing isolation, uncertainty, helplessness. They're watching their city fall apart. They're losing contact with loved ones. They're running out of supplies with no way to resupply. They're living in constant fear. The trauma will be profound and lasting, assuming any of them survive long enough to experience long-term trauma.
It's 11:30 p.m. David, we need to discuss the failure of the hospitals because that's where the crisis accelerated beyond control. Hospitals in Philadelphia were the epicenter of the spread. Think about it. Infected individuals are brought to hospitals for treatment. They died in hospitals. They reanimated in hospitals. Hospitals are crowded with vulnerable people. The sick, the elderly, the injured. When infected patients reanimated in emergency rooms and hospital wards, they found target-rich environments, dozens, sometimes hundreds of people in confined spaces.
Pennsylvania Hospital, one of the largest in Philadelphia, fell by 1 p.m. The entire facility overrun. Staff either fled, were killed, or were infected. Temple University Hospital fell by 3 p.m. Jefferson Hospital by 4 p.m. Every major hospital in Philadelphia is either evacuated or overrun. The healthcare system completely collapsed. There's no medical care available for anyone in Philadelphia now. If you're injured, you die from your injuries. If you're ill, you die from your illness. And if you die, you reanimate. The absence of healthcare accelerates the death toll, which accelerates the infection rate.
The same thing happens with police stations and fire stations. These became refugee centers, places where people fled for safety, but they also became targets. Hundreds of people concentrated in buildings that, while more secure than homes, weren't designed to withstand siege by thousands of infected. One by one, these positions fell. The 15th Police District was overrun at 2 p.m., the 24th District at 4 p.m., the 12th District held until 7 p.m. before falling. Each time a position falls, hundreds more die or become infected.
It's 11:45 p.m. Let's address the question everyone is asking. How do we kill them? We know the infected can be stopped by destroying the brain, but practically what does that mean? Gunshots to the head are effective if you can aim accurately under pressure, but many people aren't trained shooters. They're missed, especially with a moving target and the stress of combat. Blunt force trauma to the skull, crushing it with a heavy object, works, but requires getting dangerously close. Decapitation works, but is difficult to accomplish without proper tools.
Fire appears to be effective. The infected don't avoid fire the way living creatures do. They'll walk right into it. Sustained burning destroys the brain. But using fire as a weapon is dangerous in urban environments. You risk uncontrolled spread, trapping yourself, destroying resources. Explosives work. The concussive force and shrapnel can destroy multiple infected simultaneously. That again, dangerous to use in confined spaces or near survivors. There's no perfect weapon. Each approach has advantages and drawbacks. The reality is that killing infected is difficult, dangerous work.
The military has advantages, training, discipline, heavy weapons, coordination, but even they're struggling. When you're facing dozens or hundreds of infected simultaneously, when ammunition runs low, when soldiers are exhausted and terrified, even professional military units can be overwhelmed. We've heard reports of National Guard units retreating from positions because they couldn't hold against the numbers. When waves of infected keep coming and your ammunition is finite, retreat becomes the only option. And each retreat gives more ground to the infected.
It's midnight. We've been broadcasting for 3 hours. David, I want to read a statement that was just released by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This is significant. U.S. military forces are engaged in containment operations around Philadelphia. The perimeter is holding. However, the situation inside the quarantine zone continues to deteriorate. We are exploring all options to protect American lives and prevent the spread of infection beyond Philadelphia. These options include aggressive military intervention within the quarantine zone. American citizens inside Philadelphia should take shelter immediately in secure, elevated locations. Military operations may commence in the coming hours. Further updates will follow.
Aggressive military intervention is euphemistic language. What they're saying is they're considering bombing Philadelphia. Not scenario 3, total sterilization, not yet, but significant military strikes inside the city, probably targeting areas with high concentrations of infected. The goal would be to reduce the infected population to overwhelming force. Artillery, airstrikes, maybe armor rolling through the streets. They're preparing to turn Philadelphia into a war zone, more than it already is, in an attempt to regain control.
This raises profound questions. If you're a survivor in Philadelphia, hiding in your home, and the military starts dropping bombs on your neighborhood, are you safer or more endangered? Yes, bombs kill infected, but they also kill survivors, destroy buildings where survivors are sheltering, start fires, collapse structures. The collateral damage could be enormous. We should save Philadelphia from the infected only to destroy it with military action. It's a devil's choice. Let the infection spread unchecked or bomb American citizens to stop it.
It's 12:15 a.m. Let me share what we're hearing about conditions in specific areas of Philadelphia because the outbreak isn't uniform. Center City, the downtown core, appears to have the highest concentration of infected, possibly because of population density, possibly because many of the early cases were there. Reports suggest the streets of Center City are nearly impassable, filled with thousands of infected. Survivors in that area are in the most desperate situation.
In contrast, some outlying neighborhoods appear to have lower infection rates. Northeast Philadelphia, for example, has areas where residents have successfully barricaded their streets, creating defended enclaves. These neighborhoods had time to organize before being overrun. They blocked roads with cars, set up watch posts, established perimeter defenses. These organized communities are providing better than isolated individuals. It demonstrates that community defense works if you have time to implement it.
The University of Pennsylvania campus in West Philadelphia has become a significant survivor stronghold. Students and faculty fortified several buildings, old stone structures with limited entry points. They have perhaps 2,000 survivors in a defended complex. They've been communicating with each other using portable radios. They're rationing food and water. They're organized, disciplined, and so far successful. But they're also trapped. They can't leave. They can hold out for maybe a week before supplies run out. They need rescue or resupply. Neither is currently possible.
We're also hearing about violence between survivor groups. Resources are scarce. Some groups are raiding others for supplies. There have been shootings, fights, people killed, not by infected, but by other survivors. The breakdown of social order is happening faster than anyone predicted. When the police aren't functioning, when there's no authority, when survival is at stake, humans can become predatory. This is adding to the death toll. People killing each other while infected roam the streets. It's madness layered on madness.
It's 12:30 a.m. Sarah, we need to talk about the biological questions because the scientific community is racing to understand this pathogen. Initial samples have been flown out of Philadelphia, the biosafety labs around the country, the CDC in Atlanta, USAMRIID at Fort Detrick, university labs with appropriate containment. Scientists are working around the clock to identify the pathogen, understand its biology, and hopefully develop countermeasures. But this takes time. The analysis can't be rushed without compromising safety and accuracy.
Early reports suggest this is a virus, not a bacterium or prion. It's RNA-based, which means it mutates rapidly. It appears to target the central nervous system preferentially, crossing the blood-brain barrier and causing massive neural inflammation. The inflammation is so severe it causes what appears to be death, cessation of measurable brain activity, heart function, respiration. But certain primitive brain structures survive, reactivated by the virus for its own purposes. The virus essentially hijacks the brainstem to create a mobile vector for transmission.
The transmission mechanism is clearly through bodily fluids, especially saliva. Bite wounds are the primary transmission vector, but it's possible that other forms of fluid contact, open wounds, blood clotting on mucous membrane, could also transmit the infection. This means anyone fighting infected is at risk, even if they avoid bites. A drop of infected blood in the eye or mouth could be enough. Healthcare workers, soldiers, anyone in contact with infected or dead bodies, they're all at high risk.
The incubation period from bite to reanimation is worryingly fast, 2 to 4 hours average, with some cases as quick as 30 minutes. This rapid progression means infected individuals can't be quarantined effectively once bitten. They turn too quickly. By the time symptoms develop, it's too late. The only option is immediate execution of bite victims, which is morally devastating but practically necessary. We're hearing reports of people killing family members immediately after they're bitten because they know what comes next. The psychological trauma of that is unimaginable.
Scientists are looking for weaknesses in the virus that could be exploited. Is there an antiviral that works? Is there a way to prevent reanimation if administered immediately after bites? Is there a way to reverse the process in newly reanimated infected? These questions are being investigated urgently. But even if they find something, developing, manufacturing, and distributing a treatment could take weeks or months. Philadelphia doesn't have weeks or months. Philadelphia has hours or days at most before it's completely overrun.
It's 12:45 a.m. David, I want to read a message we just received that's heartbreaking but important. It's from a father in Philadelphia with 2 young children. My wife was bitten 4 hours ago trying to get supplies. She's dead now. She's one of them. I locked her in the bedroom. I can hear her scratching at the door. My kids are asking where Mommy is. What do I tell them? How do I explain that Mommy died and came back around? And what do I do when we run out of food? I can't take my kids outside. We die within minutes. But we are starved if we stay here. I don't see a way forward. I don't see how we survive this.
That message encapsulates the impossible situation facing families throughout Philadelphia. Parents trying to protect children, spouses losing partners, people making unbearable choices. Do you mercy kill an infected family member or let them reanimate? Do you risk going outside for supplies or stay sheltered and starve? Do you tell children the truth about what's happening or try to shelter them from reality? Every option is terrible. There are no good choices, only less bad ones. And often, people don't even have less bad options. Only bad and worse.
It's 1 a.m. We're 4 hours into this broadcast, and we're going to continue through the night. Many of you can't sleep. Many of you are following this obsessively, whether you're near Philadelphia or across the country. This is the only story that matters right now. Everything else, politics, economics, international affairs, has been pushed aside. The nation is focused entirely on Philadelphia, on whether we can control this nightmare or whether it will spread beyond control. Sarah, let me ask you directly, do you think containment is possible?
Sarah, do you think the military can hold the perimeter? Can they stop this from spreading?
David, I'm not sure. The perimeter is strong, 30,000 feet, armored vehicles, air support, but the pressure is building. As more people inside become infected, as the desperate survivors try harder to escape, as infected press against the cordon in larger numbers, at some point something breaks. A checkpoint gets overrun, a gap in coverage is exploited, a single infected individual slips through into the surrounding area. That's all it takes. One infected person reaching a town outside Philadelphia, fighting people, starting a new outbreak. The exponential mass starts over. Containment becomes impossible.
So you're saying it's likely this spreads beyond Philadelphia?
I'm saying it's possible, maybe even likely. The military is doing everything it can. But they're facing an impossible situation. If I were them, I'd be preparing for containment failure. I'd be planning how to establish new perimeters around an expanding outbreak zone. I'd be looking at where to make stands, geographic barriers, defensible positions. The Delaware River might become a defensive line, the Hudson River. Mountain ranges, interstate highways converted into fortified barriers. If Philadelphia falls and the infection spreads, the military response escalates from containment of one city to defense of the entire eastern seaboard.
It's 1:15 a.m. Let's talk about what happens if this goes national, because people need to understand the implications. Right now we have one outbreak city, terrible Southwark, that's contained to approximately 15 square miles. If it spreads to New York, we're talking about the largest city in America, 8 million people in a densely packed area. The infection would spread even faster than in Philadelphia within days, not weeks. New York would be completely overrun. And once New York falls, containing the outbreak becomes nearly impossible. The city is connected to the entire region by roads, rails, rivers, harbors. Infected could spread in every direction.
If both Philadelphia and New York are outbreak zones, we're looking at the entire northeast quarter being threatened. A continuous urban sprawl from Boston to Washington containing 15 million people. Trying to contain an outbreak across that much territory with that much population would require mobilizing the entire U.S. military plus law enforcement plus armed civilians. It might not even be possible. We might have to seize the entire Northeast and establish a defensive line further west, maybe the Appalachian Mountains, using the terrain as a natural barrier.
And if the infection reaches Washington, D.C., we have a constitutional crisis. The government can't function with the Capitol under siege. The President, Congress, the Supreme Court, the Pentagon, all would need to evacuate. Continuity of government plans exists for this kind of scenario, but they've never been tested with this kind of threat. Relocating the entire federal government while fighting the zombie outbreak across multiple cities is almost unthinkable, but it might be necessary.
The economic implications are staggering. The Northeast produces about 25% of U.S. GDP. If that entire region becomes a war zone, the economic impact is immediate and catastrophic. Stock markets would collapse. Supply chains would break. food distribution would fail. We'd be looking at depression-level economic conditions within weeks. And that's if the outbreak doesn't spread further. If it reaches Chicago, Los Angeles, other major economic centers, we're talking about the collapse of the national economy.
It's 1:30 a.m. I want to read an update from the Pentagon that was just released. This is critical. U.S. military forces have engaged infected hospitals at multiple perimeter positions. Checkpoint 7, Checkpoint 12, and Checkpoint 19 have reported significant contact with infected individuals. All checkpoints are holding. However, ammunition expenditure is exceeding projections. Resupply operations are underway. Military planners are refining contingency protocols for perimeter breach scenarios. Citizens within 200 miles of Philadelphia should monitor local emergency broadcasts for potential evacuation orders.
That last line is new and significant. They're telling people 200 miles away to prepare for evacuation. That's not just immediate suburbs. That's New York City, that's Baltimore, that's significant portions of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland. They're preparing for the possibility that the Philadelphia perimeter won't hold, that infected will break through and spread. They're preparing to evacuate millions of people from the entire region. This isn't just containment anymore. This is separation for regional catastrophe.
The fact that ammunition is exceeding projections is also concerning. Military planners estimated how much ammunition would be needed for perimeter defense. They're already exceeding those estimates. That means either there are more infected pressing against the perimeter than infected, or soldiers are missing more shots than expected, or both. Whatever the reason, if the military runs low on ammunition, the perimeter becomes untenable. You can't hold a line without the means to destroy a package.
It's 1:45 a.m. Let me share what we're hearing about aerial surveillance, because helicopters and drones are providing overhead views of Philadelphia. The footage is not being released publicly. It's classified as military intelligence, but we have sources who've seen it. They describe Central City as nearly completely overrun. Streets filled with infected, thousands of them, moving in slow-moving masses. They're not organized. There's no intelligence directing them, but they move towards stimulus, noise, movement, light. When military helicopters fly low, infected turn toward them, follow them. This is being used strategically to draw infected away from survival locations.
The aerial footage also shows fires burning throughout the city. Some are accidental electrical fires from damaged infrastructure, cooking fires gone wrong, vehicles burning, but some appear to be deliberate. Survivors setting fires to destroy infected, to create barriers, to signal for help. The smoke is visible for miles. It creates a pall over the city. One source described it as looking apocalyptic, a city burning filled with the dead walking, a vision of hell on earth. Pilots are being rotated frequently because of the psychological impact of witnessing this from above.
The drones are also mapping infected concentrations, providing real-time intelligence to military commanders. This data is being used to plan potential bombing runs if they decide to implement aerial strikes. They need to know where infected are concentrated to maximize destruction while minimizing collateral damage to survivors. The fact that they're doing this mapping suggests they're seriously considering strikes. They're preparing private packages. They're identifying what to hit and in what order. The planning is advanced. The decision point is approaching.
It's 2 a.m. We're 5 hours into this broadcast. I think we need to address what individuals should be doing right now, whether they're near Philadelphia or across the country, because this might spread. It might come to your city. You need to be prepared. First, if you're within 200 miles of Philadelphia, have an evacuation plan ready, know where you'll go, know your route, have vehicles fueled, have bags packed. Be ready to leave within 30 minutes of an evacuation order. Don't wait for permission. If you see signs of outbreak approaching, leave immediately.
Second, wherever you are, start preparing your home for potential lockdown. Stop at least 2 weeks of food and water. Board windows if possible. Reinforce doors. Establish a safe room on an upper floor with limited access. Have weapons ready. This isn't paranoia. This is prudent preparation for a scenario that has already happened in one city and might happen in others. The difference between survivors and victims in Philadelphia was often just whether they had time to prepare. Give yourself that advantage.
Third, organize with neighbors. form neighborhood watch groups, share contact information, plan coordinated defense. If infected appear in your area, isolated homes will fall one by one. Connected groups of homes with overlapping fields of fire, with coordinated watch schedules, with shared resources. These have a chance. Talk to your neighbors now. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, they might think you're crazy. But if they're watching the news from Philadelphia, they'll understand. They're scared too. Channel that fear into preparation.
Fourth, understand the nature of the threat. Infected are slow but persistent. They're drawn to noise and movement. They can be stopped by destroying the brain. They don't feel pain, don't fear, don't tire. They will pursue prey relentlessly. Your strategy should be avoidance first, defense second, stay quiet, stay hidden, don't attract attention. If forced to fight, fight smart. Use weapons with reach, strike for the head, don't let them close distance. In close quarters, you lose. Keep distance and use that distance to your advantage.
And fifth, maintain psychological resilience. This is terrifying. Watching news from Philadelphia, imagining it happening where you live, contemplating fighting zombies, it's overwhelming. But panic kills, fear clouds judgment, stay calm. Focus on concrete actions, make lists, complete tasks. Keep yourself occupied with preparation. That reduces anxiety and increases survival odds. Talk to family, maintain relationships, support each other emotionally. The psychological challenge of this crisis is as significant as the physical challenge.
It's 2:15 a.m. David, we're receiving reports of a major development at the perimeter. Checkpoint 7 on Interstate 95 northbound is under heavy assault. The message we received says hundreds of infected are converging on the position. Soldiers are engaging with everything they have. Rifles, machine guns, grenades. They're holding, but the situation is critical. Ammunition is running low. They're calling for immediate resupply and reinforcement. This might be the first real test of whether the perimeter can hold against a mass attack.
Checkpoint 7 is strategically important. It's on the main highway connecting Philadelphia to New York. If that checkpoint falls, infected could follow the highway north toward Trenton and beyond. It's also a position visible to civilians on both sides. Survivors in Philadelphia can see it, and people outside the perimeter can see it. If civilians witness a checkpoint being overrun, panic will intensify, people will flee, highways will become parking lots, chaos spreads, the military knows this. They'll throw everything at defending checkpoint 7, they can't afford to lose it.
We're hearing that attack helicopters are being diverted to checkpoint 7. These are equipped with 10 guns and missiles. They can devastate infantry or, in this case, masses of infected. The hope is that aerial support can stop the attack before it overwhelms the ground troops. But using attack helicopters this close to the perimeter is risky. Stray rounds could hit civilian areas. Missiles could cause collateral damage. But the alternative, losing the checkpoint, is worse. We're accepting the risk.
It's 2:30 a.m. We just received an update on checkpoint 7. The helicopters arrived and engaged. Estimates are that they destroyed over 200 infected with chain gun fire. The mass attack broke apart, infected, scattered. The checkpoint is secure for now. No soldiers were lost, though several were injured in close quarters fighting before the helicopters arrived. Ammunition resupply has reached the position. They're reinforcing the defenses, preparing for potential follow-up attacks. This was a close call, very close.
But this confirms our work here. Infected are reaching the perimeter in large numbers. They're testing the defenses. They found a checkpoint and attacked it en masse. This will happen again at other checkpoints, at multiple checkpoints simultaneously. The military can respond to one crisis at a time, but if they face 5 simultaneous crises, if 10 checkpoints are under attack at once, they won't be able to hold everywhere. Gaps will open, infected will break through, the perimeter will fail.
It's 2:45 a.m. Let me read a message that just came in from someone claiming to be a National Guard soldier at checkpoint 12. I can't verify this is legitimate, but the details are consistent with other reports. We're exhausted. We've been on duty for 16 hours. We've killed dozens of those things tonight. Every time you shoot one, you see the face of someone who was human yesterday, a mother, a teenager, an elderly man. They're wearing normal clothes, business suits, jeans, uniforms. They were people. Now they're monsters, but they still look like people. I'm starting to see them in my mind when I close my eyes. I don't know how much longer I can do this.
That psychological dimension cannot be understated. These soldiers are not fighting a foreign enemy. They're fighting their own countrymen who've been infected by a horrific disease. Every trigger pull is a moral weight. Every kill is technically killing an American citizen. The rules of engagement are clear. Destroy all infected without hesitation. But human psychology doesn't work that cleanly. Guilt, horror, trauma, these accumulate with each kill. Some soldiers will break under this pressure. We're hearing reports of soldiers refusing to fire, soldiers breaking down in tears, soldiers going catatonic from the stress.
The military is trying to provide psychological support, chaplains, counselors, peer support, but resources are limited, and the situation is ongoing. You can't properly treat PTSD while the traumatic event is still happening. These soldiers need rest, therapy, time to process. They're getting none of that. They're staying on the line because they must. Because if they don't, the perimeter fails and millions die. So they swallow their trauma, stuff it down, keep functioning, but the psychological cost is enormous. These soldiers will carry this for the rest of their lives.
It's 3 a.m. We're 6 hours into this broadcast, and we're committed to staying on air through the night. David, let me ask you something I think many listeners are wondering. If the military decides to implement scenario 3, the sterilization option, bombing Philadelphia to eliminate all infected and prevent spread, could you support that decision? Could you justify killing over 1 million people who might still be alive inside the city?
Sarah, that's the hardest question we could take. Morally, killing innocent people is wrong. Absolutely wrong. Those people didn't choose to be trapped in Philadelphia. They're victims of circumstance. They deserve rescue, not execution. Every human life has value. Killing them en masse would be one of the greatest atrocities in American history. Future generations would judge us harshly, and rightly so. That's the moral case against it. But if the choice is between sacrificing 1 million in Philadelphia and losing tens of millions or hundreds of millions across the country if the outbreak spreads, the utilitarian math is brutal but clear. Save more lives by sacrificing fewer. If bombing Philadelphia genuinely prevents a national catastrophe, if it's truly the only option remaining, then it becomes a solid problem on the largest scale imaginable. Do you pull the lever and kill the one to save the five? Do you bomb the one city to save the whole nation? I don't know if I could make that choice. But I understand why someone might, and I fear we're approaching the moment when that choice must be made.
I keep thinking about the survivors inside Philadelphia, the ones who've done everything right, barricaded themselves, saved diet, conserved supplies, avoided infection. They're following all the rules. They're trying to survive, and the military might drop a bomb on them anyway because they're inside the quarantine zone. How do you justify that to them? Sorry, you survived the zombies, but we're killing you anyway for the greater good. It's monstrous.
It is monstrous. But sometimes situations are so dire that only monstrous choices remain. Maybe there's still time for a better option. Maybe the military can regain control inside Philadelphia. Maybe they can rescue significant numbers of survivors. Maybe a treatment or vaccine is discovered that stops the infection. I want to believe there's a path forward that doesn't involve bombing an American city, but I'm not sure there is. And I think military planners aren't sure either. That's why they're preparing for it. They're hoping they don't have to do it, but they're getting ready in case they must.
It's 3:15 a.m. David, I need to share something that was just reported. There's been a breach. Checkpoint 19 on Route 13 South has been breached. Details are fragmentary, but apparently a group of survivors in a bus attempted to ram through the checkpoint. They passed through the barrier. Soldiers fired on the bus, but it made it through before being stopped. The survivors, approximately 20 people, were removed from the bus. Some appeared to be bitten, some appeared uninfected, and in the chaos of the checkpoint being breached, several infected who were in the area also made it through the perimeter.
This is what everyone feared. Infected are now outside the perimeter. They're loose in suburban Philadelphia beyond the cordon. The military is scrambling to catch them, to hunt them down before they can bite anyone. before they can start a new outbreak cluster. But this is difficult. Infections can hide in buildings, in yards, in woods. They don't leave trails. They don't communicate. They're hard to find. And if even one reaches a populated area and bites people, the exponential growth starts over in a new location. This could be the beginning of containment failure.
Local law enforcement in the affected area is being mobilized. Police, county sheriff, anyone with authority and a weapon is being sent to search for these infected. Residents are being told to shelter in place, lock doors, call 911 if they see anything suspicious. Schools in the area are closed for tomorrow, or rather today, since it's past 3 a.m. People are terrified. The outbreak isn't contained to Philadelphia anymore. It's in their neighborhoods, it's outside their doors. The psychological shift from it's contained in the city to it's out there with us is profound.
It's 3:30 a.m. The military has announced they're establishing a secondary perimeter. The first perimeter around Philadelphia proper, that's compromised now. Infected have breached it. So they're pulling back to a larger perimeter, maybe 25-mile radius instead of 15. This gives them more territory to control, more resources required, but it also gives them buffer space. If infected get through the first perimeter, there's a second line to stop them. It's an admission that the original containment strategy has failed. They're adapting to a worse situation.
The question is whether they can establish this secondary perimeter fast enough, using troops, establishing checkpoints, coordinating communication. This takes hours. And infected are mobile now outside the first perimeter. They're spreading. Every minute of delay is minutes they could be biting people, infecting them, expanding the outbreak. It's a race. Can the military establish the new perimeter before infected spread beyond where that perimeter will be? If they're too slow, they'll need a tertiary perimeter. And then, of course, each expansion makes containment more difficult, more resource intensive, more likely to fail.
We're also hearing that civilians outside Philadelphia are taking matters into their own hands. Armed vigilante groups are forming. People with guns patrolling their neighborhoods, stopping cars, questioning anyone who looks suspicious. This is dangerous. These aren't trained law enforcement. They're scared people with weapons making life or death decisions about their neighbors. We've already heard reports of someone being shot because they looked infected and they were actually just injured and disoriented, but someone decided they were perhaps in shock. This vigilante violence will escalate if the situation deteriorates.
It's 3:45 a.m. I want to read a statement from the governor of Pennsylvania that was just released. I am declaring martial law in all counties within 50 miles of Philadelphia. State and local law enforcement will coordinate with military forces. A curfew is in effect. All residents must be indoors from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Anyone violating curfew will be detained. Anyone displaying signs of obstruction will be isolated. We are in a state of emergency, unlike any in our history. I am asking all Pennsylvanians to remain calm, follow instructions, and support our emergency services. We will get through this if we work together.
Martial law in Pennsylvania, in the United States of America. The military now has authority over civilian life. Constitutional rights are suspended. It's extraordinary and frightening, but given the situation, perhaps necessary, normal civil government can't handle a zombie outbreak. You need centralized command, rapid decision-making, enforcement without lengthy legal processes. Martial law provides that, but it also opens doors to abuse. How long will martial law last? What happens if it extends beyond Pennsylvania? What if the entire eastern seaboard ends up under military control? The implications for democracy and freedom are significant.
It's 4 a.m. It's 7 hours into this broadcast. David, the sky will cut lightning in a few hours. Dawn brings new challenges. Infected are active day and night. They don't need sleep. But daylight makes them more visible, makes it easier to spot and avoid them. It also makes military operations easier. better visibility for shooting, for aerial surveillance, for coordination. The question is what the morning will reveal, how much of Philadelphia is overrun, how many survivors remain, how far have infected spread beyond the perimeter. Dawn will answer these questions.
We're approaching a critical juncture. The outbreak began roughly 22 hours ago. In that time, it's consumed a major American city, infected tens of thousands, killed thousands more, and breached military containment. The exponential growth is devastating. If this continues for another 24 hours, we're looking at over 100,000 infected, possibly more. If it continues for a week, the entire region could fall. Time is not on our side. Every hour that passes without effective containment makes the situation worse.
The question is whether daylight changes anything. Does the military have plans to implement it full flight? Aggressive operations inside Philadelphia, mass casualty operations, rescue missions to survive a stronghold. We know they're planning something. Forces are being saved. These things are happening. Orders are being prepared. Something significant is coming with dawn. Whether it's enough to turn the tide or just a desperate last effort before total collapse, we'll find out in a few hours.
It's 4:15 a.m. Let me share what we know about the international situation because the world is watching this with horror. The United Nations Security Council held an emergency session. Multiple nations have offered assistance, military forces, medical teams, supplies. The U.S. has declined most offers, stating that American forces will handle the situation. But that's side talking. If the situation continues to deteriorate, the U.S. might need international help. NATO allies could provide reinforcements. Other nations could share whatever knowledge they have about biological outbreaks, quarantine procedures, anything relevant.
Some nations are preparing for the possibility that this pathogen could reach them. If containment fails in America, if the outbreak goes national, we expect it to potentially reach other countries through ships, planes, even swimming across narrow straits. Nations are closing borders, suspending travel, implementing their own quarantine protocols. Japan has activated their self-defense forces for domestic security. The UK has mobilized reserves. Everyone is terrified that this will become a global pandemic, not just an American crisis.
The economic markets worldwide are in free fall. Asian markets that opened a few hours ago crashed immediately, 10-15% drop before trading was halted. European markets will open soon, and similar crashes are expected. The American market doesn't open until 9:30 a.m. Eastern, but futures trading suggests it will be catastrophic when it does. Investors are fleeing to safe assets, gold, treasury bonds, anything that seems stable when the world is falling apart. The financial system is experiencing shocks that rivals the Great Depression or 2008 financial crisis.
It's 4:30 a.m. We're receiving word that the military is preparing a major operation at First Light. The code name is Hammer Strike. Details are classified, but from what we're hearing, it involves multiple mechanized infantry units entering Philadelphia with orders to engage and destroy infected on sight. Armed vehicles, tanks, APCS, rolling through the streets, clearing area by area. Artillery support from positions outside the city, aerial support from helicopters and possibly fixed-wing aircraft. It's an all-out assault on the infected population inside Philadelphia.
The goal appears to be reducing infected numbers dramatically before they completely overrun the city. If the military can kill thousands of infected quickly, it might slow the exponential growth enough to allow rescue of survivors. But this operation is extraordinarily dangerous. Tanks and APCS can be stopped if enough infected swarm them. Streets can be blocked. Vehicles can be disabled. If a military column gets bogged down in the city surrounded by thousands of infected, the soldiers inside those vehicles become trapped. They can be overrun, just like the National Guard convoy was earlier. This operation is high risk, but potentially high reward.
We're also hearing that Special Operations Forces will be conducting targeted raids on survivor locations. The goal is to extract as many survivors as possible before Hammer Strike commences. University of Pennsylvania campus is one target, 2,000 survivors in a relatively defensible position. Several high-rise buildings in Center City where survivors are trapped. The downtown police headquarters, which reportedly still has officers holding out. These extractions will happen fast. Helicopters landing on rooftops, survivors being pulled out, helicopters departing within minutes. It's the only way to rescue people from a city swarming with infected.
It's 4:45 a.m. The sun will rise in approximately an hour. This will be one of the most significant mornings in American history. The decisions made in the next few hours determine whether Philadelphia can be saved, whether the outbreak can be contained, or whether we're witnessing the beginning of something much worse. Sarah, I don't think either of us imagined when we started broadcasting yesterday evening that we'd be covering the fall of an American city. This is unprecedented. This is historic. And it's still unfolding.
David, I want to take a moment to address everyone listening. You know you're scared too. We're watching a nightmare unfold in real time. But fear is useful only if it motivates action. If you're near Philadelphia, use your fear to prepare to evacuate if needed to protect yourself. If you're far from Philadelphia, use your fear to understand that this could happen anywhere, that preparation is prudent. Don't let fear paralyze you. Channel it into productive action. That's how we survive, not by avoiding fear, but by using it wisely.
It's 5 a.m. We're 8 hours into continuous broadcasting. Sarah, I need to share some devastating news that just came through. The breach at checkpoint 19 was worse than initially reported. Much worse. Those infected that escaped the perimeter, we thought it was maybe 3 or 4 individuals. New reports indicated it was closer to 20, and they've had 3 hours to spread into the surrounding community. We're now receiving reports of attacks in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, in Camden, and Wilmington, Delaware. The infection has spread beyond Philadelphia.
David, the exponential mathematics we discussed earlier is happening in real time across multiple locations now. Each of those 20 infected individuals who escaped has potentially bitten multiple people. Those people are now turning, attacking others, spreading the infection further. We're no longer talking about containing Philadelphia. We're talking about containing southeastern Pennsylvania, southern New Jersey, and northern Delaware, an area of over 6 million people. The scale of this crisis is
store prices. Hurry, yeah.
by a factor of 4.
The military is scrambling to respond. The secondary perimeter they were establishing around Philadelphia, they're abandoning it. There's no point in a perimeter if the infection is already on both sides of it. Instead, they're shifting to a containment strategy focused on individual outbreak clusters. Send rapid response teams to each location where infected are reported, destroy them before they can spread further. But Sarah, this is like trying to put out 100 fires simultaneously with a single fire truck. They don't have the resources.
At 5:15 a.m., we're receiving reports of attacks in 6 different locations outside Philadelphia. Cherryville, at least 15 infected individuals spotted, multiple people bitten. Camden, a group of infected attacked a police station. 3 officers dead, 2 infected. Wilmington, infected individuals entered a residential neighborhood. 4 confirmed attacks. Clinton, 2 infected killed by armed civilians, but not before biting a child. Chester, infected attacked an early morning commuter at a gas station. Market Cook, infected individual found in a parking lot destroyed by police, but the person they bit is showing symptoms.
Each of those locations becomes a new outbreak cluster. Each flight victim will turn in 2 to 4 hours, stating no infected. By 8 a.m., those 6 sectors could become 30. By noon, perhaps 150. By evening, we could have 1,000 separate outbreak locations across a three-state area. The military can't respond to 1,000 locations simultaneously. Local law enforcement is already overwhelmed. We're watching containment collapse in real time.
It's 5:30 a.m. The governor of New Jersey just declared a state of emergency for the entire state. Martial law is in effect immediately. All residents are ordered to shelter in place. Schools are closed. Businesses are closed. Highways are being converted to military use only. The New Jersey National Guard is fully activated. Every available soldier is being deployed. The governor's statement was brief and grim. We face an existential threat. Follow all instructions from military and law enforcement. Remain in your homes, lock your doors. God help us all.
Delaware has done the same. Pennsylvania extended martial law statewide, not just the counties near Philadelphia. 3 states are now under military control. Millions of people are being told to stay in their homes while an infection that turns people into zombies spreads through their communities. People won't stay home. They're terrified. They're going to flee. And when millions of people flood the highways trying to escape, they'll carry the infection with them to wherever they're going.
That's already happening. Traffic cameras on Interstate 95 southbound show gridlock extending for 50 miles. People evacuating south toward Baltimore and Washington. Interstate 78 westbound toward Pennsylvania completely jammed. Garden State Parkway, parking lot in both directions. People are abandoning vehicles and walking. They're carrying whatever they can. Children, elderly, pets, belongings. It's a mass exodus. And some of those people in that traffic are probably already infected, just not showing symptoms yet. They're spreading the infection along the highways.
It's 5:45 a.m. I need to read an emergency bulletin from the CDC that was just issued. The outbreak initially contained to Philadelphia has spread to multiple locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. The pathogen is highly contagious and has a rapid onset. Anyone bitten must be isolated immediately. Symptoms include fever, aggression, and altered mental state appearing within 30 to 90 minutes of exposure. Infected individuals will expire within 4 hours and reanimate shortly after. Do not approach reanimated individuals. They are extremely dangerous. Destroy them by any means necessary, targeting the head. If you are bitten, seek isolation away from others to prevent further transmission. We are working on treatment protocols but have no cure at this time. Shelter in place. Avoid all contact with potentially infected individuals.
That phrase, if you are bitten, seek isolation away from others, is telling people to go off alone and die. The CDC is essentially telling bite victims to quarantine themselves and accept death. There's no hope offered, no treatment coming, just you're infected, they die alone so you don't spread it. The psychological impact of that message is devastating, but it's medically necessary. Every person who's bitten and stays with others becomes a vector when they turn. They'll attack and infect the people around them. Isolating bite victims saves lives, even though it condemns the victim.
The sun is rising now. The sky is lightening. We can see the new day arriving. But this day is unlike any in American history. As dawn breaks, we have a zombie outbreak that's spread across 3 states with confirmed cases in at least a dozen cities and towns. Martial law declared across the entire region. Millions of people fleeing, and the military preparing to implement operations that may include bombing imagined cities. I don't think the country understands how close we are to complete collapse.
It's 6 a.m. We're 9 hours into this broadcast. David, we're receiving word that Operation Hammer Strike has been canceled. The armored columns that were supposed to enter Philadelphia, they've been redirected. Instead of assaulting the city, they're being deployed to the outbreak clusters in New Jersey and Delaware. The military has made a strategic decision to abandon Philadelphia, except that the city is lost. Focus resources on preventing the new clusters from growing is triage. They're sacrificing Philadelphia to try to save everywhere else.
This is an extraordinary admission of failure. The military spent 20 hours establishing containment around Philadelphia. They committed 30,000 troops to that effort. Now they're admitting it didn't work. They're pulling back from Philadelphia entirely and pivoting to a new strategy. But if they couldn't contain one city with focused effort, how will they contain a dozen cities with divided attention? The resources are spread thinner. The infected are spread wider. The math doesn't favor success.
We're also hearing that civilian authorities in Philadelphia have collapsed completely. The mayor's office is no longer responding. City Hall has been evacuated or overrun. Reports are conflicting. Police communications have gone silent. Fire departments are offline. The city government no longer functions. Philadelphia is effectively in anarchy. The only authority left is survivors organizing their own defense. And inside the city, those survivors are realizing the military has abandoned them. No rescue is coming. They're on their own.
Messages we're receiving from inside Philadelphia reflect this realization. Here's one from Center City. We heard the military was coming at dawn. We've been watching for them. Nothing. No soldiers. No helicopters. No one. They're still here. Still surrounded. Still running out of supplies. We're not being rescued, are we? They've written us off. We're going to die here. Another message. I can see smoke and fires all over the city. I can hear distant gunfire, sometimes screams. The infected are everywhere below us. We're on the 9th floor, but they're in the building. They're climbing the stairs. It's only a matter of time.
My father is military. He told me last night that if things got bad enough, they'd consider bombing the city. I didn't believe him. Now I do. I think that's what's coming. They're going to kill everyone here, infected and survivors alike, to stop the spread. I'm 26 years old. I survived 3 days in a city full of zombies, and now my own government is going to kill me to protect everyone else. Is this how America treats its citizens?
It's 6:15 a.m. That question, is this how America treats its citizens, is one we're all grappling with. The fundamental social contract is that the government protects its people. But what happens when protecting some requires sacrificing others, when the math says we save more lives by letting some die? The philosophical and moral questions are profound, but right now they're not theoretical, they're happening. Decisions are being made about who lives and who dies on a massive scale.
We're receiving reports that the President has convened the National Security Council again. This is their 3rd emergency meeting in 12 hours. The topic, according to our sources, is whether to implement scenario 3, the sterilization options, bombing Philadelphia and potentially other outbreak cities to eliminate the infection before it spreads further. The Joint Chiefs are presenting options. The President is asking difficult questions. No decision has been made yet, but the fact that it's being actively discussed means we're very close to that terrible choice.
It's 6:30 a.m. Let me share what we're hearing about the situation in Baltimore, which is only 100 miles from Philadelphia. The city is in lockdown. Roadblocks on every highway entering the city. No one allowed in or out. The mayor has ordered everyone to stay home. Schools, businesses, government offices, all closed. Baltimore is preparing for the infection to reach them. They're treating arrival of infected as inevitable, not possible. They're fortifying hospitals, staging police and critical infrastructure, preparing to siege.
Washington, D.C. is doing the same, but on a larger scale. The capital is being locked down. Checkpoints on every bridge across the Potomac. Military vehicles on the streets. Federal buildings are on high alert. We're hearing that essential government personnel are being relocated to secure facilities outside the city. The Pentagon has activated continuity of government protocols. This means leadership is being dispersed to prevent everyone being infected as D.C. falls. The government is preparing for the possibility that the nation's capital could become an outbreak zone.
New York City is experiencing chaos. The mayor ordered a lockdown, but it's not being enforced effectively. 8 million people can't be locked down easily. People are flooding out of the city. Bridges and tunnels are overwhelmed with traffic. Some tunnels have been closed by authorities to control the flow, which has created panic. People are abandoning cars in the tunnels and walking. Police are overwhelmed. There have been riots in several neighborhoods. Stores are being looted. It's societal breakdown triggered by fear, even though there are no confirmed infected in New York yet.
It's 6:45 a.m. David, we need to discuss what's happening with the broader economy because the effects are cascading. Stock markets opened in Europe a few hours ago and immediately crashed. 20% drop before trading was suspended. Asian markets, which opened overnight, saw similar collapses. Currencies are in free fall. The dollar has lost 25% of its value against other currencies in 12 hours. Gold prices have tripled. Oil prices have collapsed. Who needs oil if civilization is ending? The global financial system is experiencing shocks that exceed anything in recorded history.
American markets open in 3 hours. Financial analysts are predicting the largest single-day drop in stock market history. The Dow Jones could lose 40-50% of its value when markets open. Billions of dollars in wealth could evaporate in hours. This triggers a cascade. 401k accounts decimated. Pension funds destroyed. Investment portfolios collapsed. People who were financially secure yesterday will be ruined today. And that's just paperwork. But the real economy is also collapsing. Supply chains are breaking down. Delivery trucks aren't running. Factories are closing. Workers aren't showing up. Economic activity is grinding to a halt.
Food supply is a critical concern. Most cities have about 3 days of food in grocery stores at any given time. Resupply requires constant deliveries from distribution centers, which require trucks, which require drivers, which require functioning roads. In the outbreak zone, none of that is working. Grocery stores in Philadelphia, southern New Jersey, Delaware, they're either looted or abandoned. The food that was there is gone or spoiling. In the coming days, people in those areas will begin starving, and you can't ask someone to shelter in place when they're starving. They'll go out searching for food, which exposes them to infected.
It's 7 a.m. We're 10 hours into this broadcast. Sarah, I want to share a report from Camden, New Jersey, because it illustrates how quickly these outbreak clusters are growing. The first infected individuals reached Camden around 2:30 a.m., about 4.5 hours ago. Initial reports were 3 infected. By 3 a.m., police had responded and destroyed those 3, but discovered they'd taken 7 people. Those 7 were isolated, but not killed. This was before the CDC message telling people to destroy bite victims. By 4:30 a.m., those 7 had died and reanimated. They attacked the police officers, guarding them, fighting 4 officers. Those 4 officers are now dead and reanimated. We now have 11 infected in Camden, and they spread into the community.
The Camden Police Department is reporting that they've lost contact with multiple patrol units. Officers responding to calls are not coming back. The assumption is they've been killed or infected. The department is pulling all remaining officers back to the station and fortifying the building. They're essentially surrendering the city to the infected. With no police presence, civilians are on their own. Some are barricading homes. Some are fleeing. Some are forming armed groups to defend their neighborhoods. Camden is falling apart just as Philadelphia did, but on an accelerated timeline because people now know what's happening.
Similar reports from Cherry Hill, from Wilmington, from Chester. Each outbreak cluster is following the same pattern. Initial infected arrive, attack, and bite people. Those people turn and spread the infection further. Local authorities are overwhelmed, and societal structure collapses. The timeline from first infected to total collapse is getting shorter. Philadelphia took about 12 hours. These smaller cities are collapsing in 4 to 6 hours. People know what's happening. They're panicking faster. That accelerates the breakdown.
It's 7:15 a.m. We're receiving word that the infection has reached Trenton, the capital of New Jersey. The governor was evacuated an hour ago to an undisclosed secure location. The state government is no longer operating from Trenton. They're running the state remotely from wherever the governor and chief staff have relocated. This is the second state capital to fall. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania's capital, reported infected individuals 45 minutes ago. State governments are evacuating their own capitals. The symbolism is stark. If governments can't even hold their capital cities, how can they govern their state?
The response to Harrisburg is particularly aggressive. Pennsylvania National Guard units surrounded the downtown area where infected were reported. They've imposed a complete lockdown. No one in or out. They're going building by building, clearing infected, destroying them systematically. It's brutal, methodical work. They're treating downtown Harrisburg as an assault target, not an American city. This operation is being watched closely by military planners because if it works, if they can contain and eliminate small outbreak cluster quickly, it becomes the model for responding to the dozens of other clusters forming across the region.
Absolutely. This requires enormous resources. The Harrisburg operation has committed 2,000 National Guard troops to clear maybe 6 square blocks. If you need 2,000 troops for 6 blocks and you have 50 outbreak locations, you need 100,000 troops. We don't have that many available in the affected region. Even with full mobilization, there aren't enough soldiers to do this everywhere. So we have to choose which cities to save and which to abandon. Harrisburg gets saved because it's the state capital, symbolically important. Smaller towns don't get the same resources. They're on their own.
It's 7:30 a.m. Let me share what's happening with civilian firearms because this is significant. Gun stores across the region, those that are still open, are selling out of inventory when people want weapons to defend themselves. But there's a darker element. Reports are coming in of armed confrontations between civilians. Someone shows up with a fever, completely innocent, not infected, just regular sick, and gets shot by panicked neighbors who think they're infected. Roadblocks set up by armed civilians who are stopping cars, interrogating drivers, shooting anyone who seems suspicious. Vigilante justice is emerging, and it's indiscriminate and deadly.
This vigilante violence will kill more people than necessary. Not everyone with a fever is infected. Not everyone who looks scared or acts strangely is a zombie. But fear makes people trigger happy. Think first, ask questions later. We're getting reports of entire families being killed at checkpoints because one member looks sick. Of people being gunned down in the street for stumbling. Maybe they were drunk, maybe injured, but someone assumed they were infected and shot them. The breakdown of law enforcement means there's no authority to prevent this vigilante violence. It's becoming a free-for-all.
At 7:45 a.m. Sarah, we're receiving a special bulletin, which is critical. The White House is about to make an announcement. The President will address the nation in 15 minutes at 8 a.m. This will be her second address since the outbreak began. The first was last night, a message of containment and reassurance. This address will be different. Our sources indicate she's going to announce major decisions, possibly military strikes on outbreak cities, possibly evacuation orders for large regions, possibly mobilization of reserves. This could be a turning point.
While we wait for that address, let me update you on the current situation. We now have confirmed outbreak clusters in 14 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. The estimated infected population across all locations is between 1,500 and 2,000 individuals. That's doubled in the past 4 hours. The growth is exponential. By noon, we could have 5,000 infected. By evening, 15,000. By tomorrow morning, the entire region could be engulfed. We're watching the spread happen in real time, and it's faster than any worst-case scenario predicted.
The military is repositioning forces. Units that were committed to the Philadelphia perimeter are being redeployed to outbreak clusters, but they're stretched thin. With 14 locations needing immediate response and more emerging every hour. The military is making tough decisions about priorities. Major cities get resources. Small towns don't. Dense population centers are prioritized over rural areas. It's triage on a geographic scale. Every military commander knows they can't save everyone. They're trying to save as many as possible by choosing where to focus limited resources.
It's 8 a.m. The President is about to speak. Let's listen to this live.
We're going to pause our commentary to bring you the President's address in full. This is being broadcast across all networks, all radio stations, all emergency channels. The President speaking from an undisclosed secure location.
The President's address lasted 12 minutes. Let me summarize the key points for anyone who missed it. First, he confirmed that the outbreak has spread beyond Philadelphia to multiple locations. Second, he declared a national emergency and activated several emergency powers. Third, he ordered the mobilization of all reserve military forces, every National Guard unit, every reserve unit across the entire nation. Fourth, he imposed a nationwide curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Fifth, he to establish red zones where outbreak clusters exist. No travel in or out of these zones without military authorization.
And more significantly, she authorized military commanders to use all necessary force to eliminate infected individuals and contain outbreak clusters. That phrase, all necessary force, includes bombing, it includes artillery strikes, it includes killing American citizens if they're infected. It's an authorization for war against our own people. Second, she ordered the evacuation of all civilians from red zones where evacuation is still possible. Military supervised evacuations will begin immediately. People have 6 hours to evacuate before red zones are sealed completely.
8, she announced that a cure research program has been initiated with every available resource. The Manhattan Project for Zombie Cure. Billions of dollars, thousands of scientists, every pharmaceutical company. But she was honest, a cure could take months or years. It's not coming soon enough to help with the current crisis. 9th, she called for calm and unity. She said America has faced existential threats before and always prevailed. She expressed confidence we will prevail again. But David, her face told a different story than her words. She was exhausted, frightened, overwhelmed. The confidence she projected verbally wasn't in her eyes.
It's 8:15 a.m. Reaction to the president's address is immediate. Stock futures, which have been in free fall, stabilized somewhat. The market likes decisive action, even counter action, but civilians are terrified. There's a phrase, all necessary force, is being interpreted correctly as authorization to bomb cities. Social media is exploding with panic. People in red zones have 6 hours to evacuate. But evacuating where? The roads are already jammed. Where do millions of people go when their homes are in zones about to be bombed?
The president designated 7 current red zones: Philadelphia and surrounding suburbs, Camden, Cherry Hill, Wilmington, Chester, Trenton, and Harrisburg. Any location within 20 miles of confirmed infected is included in the red zone. That's a huge geographic area encompassing probably 8 million people. They're being told to evacuate within 6 hours. The highways can't handle that volume. This will be chaos. People will be trapped on highways when the deadline hits. Then what? Do military planes bomb highways full of evacuating civilians? Or do they extend the deadline and allow more infected to spread?
It's 8:30 a.m. We're 11 hours into this broadcast. Let's talk about where evacuees are supposed to go, because that's a massive logistical question. The government has announced that emergency shelters are being established in safe zones, areas well outside red zones with no confirmed infected. These shelters will be in schools, stadiums, convention centers, anywhere that can hold thousands of people. But running mass shelters requires food, water, medical care, sanitation, security. Setting that up for millions of people on 6 hours' notice is impossible. These shelters will be overcrowded, undersupplied, and chaotic.
There's also the screening problem. How do you ensure evacuees aren't infected? The incubation period is up to 90 minutes. Someone could be bitten, get through the checkpoint, arrive at a shelter, and turn in a shelter full of thousands of people. One infected person in a shelter could trigger an outbreak that kills everyone there. So the military is implementing screening, temperature checks, physical inspections for bite marks, quarantine periods. But this slows the evacuation. Lines at checkpoints will be hours long. Many people won't make it through before the deadline.
We're hearing reports of what these evacuations look like on the ground. Interstate 95 southbound is completely stopped. Bumper to bumper traffic extending 60 miles from Philadelphia toward Baltimore. People have been sitting in that traffic for hours. They're running out of gas. Cars are overheating. Some people are abandoning vehicles and walking, carrying children and elderly, trying to get somewhere, anywhere that's safe. Military helicopters are flying overhead, announcing the deadline, telling people to hurry, but there's nowhere to hurry to. The roads are parking lots.
It's 8:45 a.m. We need to discuss what's happening in New York City, because while there are no confirmed infected there yet, the city is tearing itself apart from fear. The attempted lockdown has failed. People are flooding out of Manhattan. The bridges, Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan Bridge, Williamsburg Bridge, are packed with people on foot. Cars are abandoned. People are carrying whatever they can. The subways have been shut down, which trapped hundreds of thousands of people underground. Some broke through barriers and are walking through the tunnel. It's pandemonium.
The NYPD has lost control. There are only 35,000 police officers for 8 million people. When 1 million people simultaneously decide to evacuate, there's nothing police can do to stop them. Some officers have abandoned their posts and evacuated themselves. Others are trying to maintain order but are overwhelmed. There have been shootings, stabbings, people trampled in crowds. The death toll from panic in New York is already in the hundreds, and there are no infected there yet. This is just from fear of what might be coming. The governor of New York has requested federal military assistance. The president has authorized deployment of the 10th Mountain Division, 4,000 troops being sent to New York City immediately. Their orders are to restore order, control evacuation routes, and prepare for possible outbreaks. The military presence should calm things somewhat, but it also signals how serious the government thinks the threat is. You don't deploy thousands of combat troops to an American city unless you expect war. New York is preparing for siege. It's 9 a.m. We're 12 hours into continuous broadcasting. Sarah, I need to share something we've just learned. There's been an outbreak in Baltimore. 2 infected individuals appeared downtown 45 minutes ago. They attacked people at a bus station. 4 people bitten. Those 4 are being hunted by police right now. They fled the scene and are somewhere in the city. Baltimore has gone from preparing for outbreak to experiencing outbreak in less than an hour. The red zone map just expanded to include Baltimore. Another 2 million people added to the evacuation orders.
Baltimore is the domino everyone feared would fall. It's a major city. It's close to Washington. Right, by the rest of
Five reasons why Under Outfit Bra is a game changer. Open your bio. You'll have great coverage. They're affordable. Also, become like I'm wearing a sports bra.
in D.C. for 40 miles. If Baltimore falls, D.C. is immediately threatened, and D.C. is the capital, the city government, the symbolic heart of the nation. Losing D.C. to a zombie outbreak would be a psychological catastrophe. The government is already implementing emergency evacuation plans for D.C. non-essential personnel are being sent home or relocated. Essential personnel are moving to secure facilities. The capital is being partially abandoned as a precaution.
We're also hearing about outbreaks in smaller locations. Reading Pennsylvania, Atlantic City, New Jersey, Dover, Delaware. These are being added to the red zone list as they're confirmed. Each new location is another cluster that will grow exponentially. The military can't respond to all of them. They're focusing on the largest cities, trying to hold Baltimore, trying to hold Harrisburg, trying to keep infected from reaching New York and D.C. Smaller towns are being abandoned to their fate. Local police and armed civilians are the only defense.
It's 9:15 a.m. David. Stock market opened 15 minutes ago. The Dow Jones opened down 42%. 42% in the first minute of trading. Circuit breakers kicked in immediately. Halting trading. This is the largest drop in stock market history, surpassing the 1929 crash, surpassing the 1987 crash, surpassing anything. When trading resumes, it could drop further. We're watching the financial markets collapse in real time. Trillions of dollars of wealth gone. Retirement accounts devastated. Pensions destroyed. The economic impact will be felt for generations if we survive to experience generations.
The Federal Reserve has announced emergency measures, interest rates cut to zero, unlimited quantitative easing. Basically, they're printing money and injecting it into the financial system to prevent total collapse. Banks are being given unlimited liquidity support. The government is guaranteeing deposits. They're doing everything possible to prevent bank runs and financial panic. But you can't stop panic with policy when people are fleeing zombies. The financial system is breaking down because the underlying economy is breaking down. You can't have an economy when supply chains are severed and people are fighting for survival.
It's 9:30 a.m. Let me update you on the military situation because major operations are beginning. Operation Force is commencing in Camden, New Jersey. Artillery units positioned outside the city are beginning fire missions. They're shelling the areas with highest infected concentrations, cluster munitions, high explosive rounds, incendiary shells. The goal is to kill large numbers of infected through overwhelming firepower. Civilian casualties are expected. There are still survivors in Camden, but the decision has been made that saving surrounding areas is worth the cost of those caught in the bombardment.
We're receiving initial reports from Camden. Survivors hiding in buildings are reporting massive explosions, entire blocks being destroyed, buildings collapsing, fires spreading. The bombardment is indiscriminate. They're not carefully targeting infected. They're just leveling neighborhoods known to have high infected concentrations. One survivor messaged us, the building 2 blocks away just exploded. The whole thing collapsed. I could feel the shockwaves here. There were people in that building, survivors. The military just killed them along with the infected. They're not rescuing us. They're killing everything in the city to stop the spread.
This is the terrible reality of scenario 3 playing out. Not nuclear weapons, not total sterilization of Philadelphia, but artillery bombardment of smaller outbreak cities. Destroy the cities to destroy the infected. Expect that survivors will die to prevent spread. It's a brutal calculation, but from the military perspective, it might be necessary. If Camden can be sterilized, every infected destroyed before the infection spreads further from Camden, then the bombardment saves lives overall by preventing exponential growth. But tell that to the survivors being blown apart by American artillery.
It's 9:45 a.m. Sarah, we're getting reports of resistance from military personnel. Some soldiers are refusing to fire on American cities at an artillery battery outside Camden. 3 soldiers refused orders to fire. They were arrested by military police. At a checkpoint, National Guard troops refused to fire on evacuees trying to get through. The entire unit was relieved and replaced. The psychological strain on military personnel is immense. They signed up to defend America from foreign threats. They're being ordered to kill Americans. Some can do it, others can't. The military is starting to fracture.
There are also reports of desertion, soldiers abandoning their posts, taking military vehicles and weapons, trying to try to rescue their own families. A National Guard unit in Delaware, the entire unit, 40 soldiers, reportedly abandoned their checkpoint and drove toward their hometown, which is in a red zone. They're going AWOL to try to save their loved ones. The military is threatening deserters with court-martial and execution, but when faced with the choice between following orders and saving families, some soldiers are choosing families. This is great military effectiveness at a critical moment.
It's 10 a.m. We're 13 hours into this broadcast. We need to discuss what's happening in the rest of the country because while the outbreak is concentrated in the Northeast, the effects are nationwide. California has closed its borders with Nevada and Arizona. They're not allowing anyone from the eastern states to enter. State police and National Guard are manning border checkpoints. Texas is on the same on its eastern border with Louisiana. States are treating this like an invasion, defending their borders against infected refugees from the outbreak zone.
This is creating a humanitarian crisis for evacuees. If you see the outbreak zone heading west, you hit state borders that won't let you through. You're trapped between an outbreak zone behind you and closed borders ahead of you. Thousands of people are gathering at state borders, begging to be let through, being turned away at gunpoint. Some states are setting up internment camps, quarantine facilities where evacuees can be held and screened before being allowed into the state. But these camps are overcrowded, undersupplied, century prisons for people fleeing disaster.
The legal and constitutional questions are profound, and states close their borders to American citizens. The Constitution guarantees freedom of movement, but states are arguing this is a public health emergency that overrides constitutional rights. Courts will eventually decide this, but right now, in the moment, states are doing it anyway. They're defending their populations the only way they can by keeping potentially infected people out. It's practical but morally questionable. Americans are being treated as foreign invaders by other Americans.
It's 10:15 a.m. Let me share an update from Philadelphia, because while the military has largely abandoned the city, there are still survivors there. Estimates suggest 50 to 70,000 people remain alive in Philadelphia out of an original population of 1.6 million. They're scattered throughout the city in fortified positions, high-rise buildings, row house blocks with barricaded streets, warehouse complexes. They have minimal supplies, no electricity in most areas, no running water. They're surviving day by day, hoping for rescue that isn't coming.
Some survivor groups are getting creative. One group in a Center City office tower has been using drones to drop messages. The other survivor groups are coordinating mutual support. Another group figured out how to access water from underground pipes, establishing a water source. A group in South Philadelphia has been conducting nighttime raids for supplies, moving in small teams, staying quiet, avoiding infected. These survivors are adapting, learning how to live in a city of zombies, but they can't sustain this indefinitely. Supplies will run out, defenses will fail, people will make mistakes. Over time, the survivor population will shrink as people die or are infected.
The question is whether any of them will be rescued. The president's address didn't mention Philadelphia rescue operations. The military is focused on new outbreak locations. Philadelphia has been written off. But some private organizations are discussing rescue missions. A billionaire tech entrepreneur has offered to fund a private military company to extract Philadelphia survivors. A religious charity is organizing a helicopter extraction operation. These private efforts won't save everyone, but they might save some. It's slim hope, but it's something.
It's 10:30 a.m. We need to talk about the infection reaching rural areas, because that's a new dynamic. So far, outbreaks have been in cities and suburbs, dense population centers, but infected individuals are wandering out of outbreak zones into rural areas. A farmer in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, reported shooting an infected person walking through his cornfield. Another farmer in southern New Jersey found infected individuals in his barn. Rural areas have advantages, lower population density, more weapons, more self-sufficiency, but they're also isolated with limited communication and sparse law enforcement. If infected start appearing in rural areas broadly, there's no organized response.
Rural communities are organizing their own defenses. Farmers, hunters, truckers, people who already live self-sufficiently are banding together. They're establishing armed patrols, watching roads, guarding properties collectively. These rural defense militias are probably better prepared than urban civilians. They have weapons, know how to use them, are comfortable with survival skills. If the outbreak spreads broadly rural, these communities might survive better than cities. But they're also on their own. No government support, no military backup, just whatever they can do for themselves.
It's 10:45 a.m. Sarah, we're receiving word that there's been an outbreak in Richmond, Virginia. This is significant because Richmond is 200 miles from Philadelphia, well beyond the initial outbreak zone. How did infection get to Richmond? The most likely explanation is evacuees. Someone who was bitten, fled south, made it to Richmond before showing symptoms, turned and started a new outbreak. This is the nightmare scenario. Infected, traveling long distances before manifesting, seeding outbreak clusters far from the original zone. If this is happening, if infected are spreading via evacuation routes, then containment is impossible.
The military is scrambling to respond to Richmond, but they're already stretched thin with dozens of outbreak locations in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Sending forces to Richmond means pulling them from somewhere else. These new outbreak locations release military presence everywhere. At some point, maybe we're already there, the military has too many places to defend and not enough troops. That's when national defense becomes regional defense. The government gives up trying to contain everywhere and focuses on defending specific high-value areas. Washington, D.C., New York City, major military bases, everything else becomes contested territory.
It's 11 a.m. We're 14 hours into continuous broadcasting. We're exhausted, but we're going to continue because people need information. Let me read a message we just received from someone in Baltimore. They wrote, I'm in the Inner Harbor area. I can see inspectors from my window, 20, maybe 30 of them wandering the streets. Police cars are abandoned. Traffic is gridlocked. People tried to evacuate but couldn't get out. Now they're trapped in their cars. Some have gotten out and are running. The infected chase them. I watched someone get caught and pulled down. Others are trying to help, but there are too many infected. It's falling apart so fast. This morning, Baltimore was normal. Now it's hell.
Another message from just outside Baltimore. I'm at a checkpoint on 95 South. Military stopped us. They're checking everyone for bites, for fever, taking temperature with infrared guns. A woman in the car ahead of us had a fever. They pulled her out. She was screaming that she's not infected. She just has a cold. They took her away. Her family's hysterical. The soldiers won't tell them where they took her. I think they killed her. They're executing anyone who might be infected, just to be safe. Better to kill one potentially uninfected person than risk one infected person getting through and spreading it. That's what we've become.
That checkpoint screening is happening at dozens of locations. Thousands of people are being pulled out of evacuation lines for symptoms, fever, confusion, injuries that could be life. Most are probably not infected. They're sick with flu or injured in accidents or just showing stress-related symptoms. But in a crisis where minutes matter, where one infected person can kill dozens, the authorities aren't taking chances. Symptomatic people are being quarantined or killed. It's brutal triage. Save the many by sacrificing the few who might be infected. It's rational but morally devastating.
It's 11:15 a.m. We're receiving reports from military sources about Operation Hammer, a modified version of the canceled Operation Hammer strike. Instead of armored columns entering Philadelphia, the military is conducting airstrikes on Philadelphia. Apache helicopters and A-10 Warthogs are hitting targets throughout the city. The targets are identified concentrations of infected. Thermal imaging from drones shows where large groups of infected are clustered in streets and buildings and parks. Aircraft are hitting these locations with rockets, missiles, and gun runs. The goal is to reduce infected numbers through air power without risking ground systems.
These airstrikes are killing infected, but they're also destroying infrastructure and killing survivors. A missile strike on a street full of infected also destroys nearby buildings where survivors might be hiding. Gun runs with 30-millimeter cannons don't discriminate between infected and uninfected. They shed everything in the target area. The military is accepting collateral damage as necessary. They're prioritizing infected elimination over survival protection. From a strategic perspective, it might be correct. From a humanitarian perspective, it's a horror show. American warplanes bombing American cities, killing American citizens.
It's 11:30 a.m. David, we need to address something we've been avoiding. The possibility that this spreads globally right now is contained to the United States, but international travel was still happening for hours after the outbreak started. Planes flew from Philadelphia, from New York, from other East Coast cities, to Europe, to Asia, to everywhere. If anyone on those planes was infected in the early stages, they could have spread it internationally. We're already seeing concerning reports. A violent attack in London, strange illness before control, aggressive patient in a Tokyo hospital. None are confirmed as the same pathogen yet, but the problem is worrying.
If this pathogen has spread internationally, we're looking at a global catastrophe. America has the advantage of recognizing the threat early and mobilizing resources. Other countries will face the same exponential growth, but with less preparation. Densely populated cities like Mumbai, Lagos, Mexico City, if the infection reaches them, the death toll could be staggering. Hundreds of millions could die globally, and international cooperation becomes impossible when every nation is fighting its own outbreak. We fragment into isolated regions, each fighting for survival, unable to help each other.
The World Health Organization has declared a global health emergency. They're advising all nations to close borders, suspend international travel, screen all recent arrivals from the United States, and prepare for possible outbreaks. Some nations are implementing mandatory quarantine for anyone who's been to the U.S. in the past week, 2 weeks isolation in monitored facilities. Other nations are refusing entry entirely to anyone with U.S. travel history. The world is isolating America, treating the entire nation as an infection zone. We're being quarantined globally.
It's 11:45 a.m. Let me update you on the situation in Washington, D.C. because it's critical. The Capitol is under martial law. Streets are empty. Everyone is ordered to shelter in place. Metro is shut down. Reagan National Airport is closed. Military checkpoints on every bridge into the city. The White House is operating under crisis protocols. The president is not in Washington. She was moved to a secure location hours ago. The vice president is at a separate secure location. The cabinet is dispersed. This is continuity of government doctrine in action, spread out leadership, so if one location is hit, others survive.
But there's a cost to dispersed leadership. Coordination becomes harder. Decision-making slows. The government is less effective when everyone is in different locations communicating remotely. And there's a symbolic cost. The president not being in the White House, Congress not being in the Capitol. This signals that the government can't even protect itself, let alone the nation. It's a crisis of confidence. People look to Washington for leadership, for stability, for reassurance. When Washington itself evacuates, what message does that send? That nowhere is safe, that the government can't control the situation, that we're on our own as a community.
We're 15 hours into this broadcast. Sarah, the situation has deteriorated so dramatically in the past 15 hours that I'm struggling to process it. Last night at 9 p.m. when we started, this was a Philadelphia problem, terrible but contained. Just 15 hours later, we have outbreak clusters in over 30 locations across 7 states. Estimated infected population over 15,000. Millions evacuating, martial law nationwide. The economy in free fall, the government dispersed, military bombing American cities, society is fracturing, and it's only going to get worse.
The exponential mathematics are relentless. 15,000 infected now becomes 50,000 by evening. By tomorrow, maybe 200,000. By the end of the week, millions. At some point, maybe we're already there. The infection is so widespread that containment is impossible. The military can't kill infected faster than they multiply. Every strategy we've tried has failed. Quarantine failed. Perimeter defense failed. Aggressive bombardment is killing infected, but also killing survivors and destroying infrastructure. What's the end game? How does this end?
I don't know, Sarah. I honestly don't know. The optimistic scenario is that the infection burns itself out. It runs out of host to infect. Survivors learn to defend themselves effectively. The military establishes defensible zones. We end up with a divided nation, safe zones controlled by the government and contested territories full of infected. Civilization survives in pockets. Maybe over months or years, we slowly clear the infected and reclaim territory. That's the optimistic scenario. The pessimistic scenario is complete societal collapse, government failure, and survivors living in isolated, fortified communities in a nation overrun by the walking dead.
It's 12:15 p.m. David, we're receiving a sense of something new and deeply concerning. Infected individuals are exhibiting different behavior than initially observed. Early reports describe them as slow, stumbling, uncoordinated, dangerous but limited. Now we're getting reports of infected that are faster, more coordinated. They're learning or evolving, or the pathogen is mutating to make them more effective. A survivor in Philadelphia described seeing infected that were running, climbing, working together in groups to break through barricades. If this is true, if infected are becoming more capable, the difficulty of fighting them increases dramatically.
And this could explain why some survivor positions are falling that should have held. If infected are becoming faster and smarter, defenses that worked yesterday don't work today. But this also raises scientific questions. Are these the same infected somehow improving? Or are these newly infected people who retain more cognitive functions than earlier victims? Or is the pathogen mutating, creating different types of infected with different capabilities? We need to get samples to scientists immediately. Understanding this trend to be critical to developing countermeasures.
It's 12:30 p.m. Let me share an update on the national curfew that the president announced. 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. nationwide. People must be indoors. This takes effect tonight. The stated purpose is reducing infected spread by limiting human movement during hours when visibility is poor. But the practical effect is giving military and law enforcement more authority. Anyone outside during curfew can be detained or shot on site. It's an expansion of control and expansion of government power. In normal times, this would be controversial. Right now, most people support it because they're terrified and want someone to take charge.
But David, there's a darker possibility. If the government knows the situation is deteriorating beyond control, if they know society is collapsing, the curfew serves a different purpose. It keeps people in their homes where they can be monitored and controlled. It prevents mass movements of population. It prevents armed civilian groups from forming and challenging military authority. If we're heading toward martial law as a permanent condition, toward military dictatorship as the only way to maintain order, the curfew is a tool of control. I'm not saying that's the plan, but it's a possibility we should consider.
It's 12:45 p.m. We're receiving word that there's been a major outbreak in Norfolk, Virginia. This is significant because Norfolk is home to the largest naval base in the world. Naval Station Norfolk houses dozens of ships, tens of thousands of military personnel. If the infection reaches the base, it could compromise a huge portion of U.S. naval capabilities. The Navy is implementing emergency lockdown of the base. No one in or out. Ships at dock are being prepared for immediate departure, getting them out to sea where infection can't reach them. This is crisis management at the highest level.
The Norfolk outbreak also represents further geographic spread. Richmond was 200 miles from Philadelphia. Norfolk is 300 miles. The infection is spreading down the eastern seaboard faster than containment efforts can stop it. At this rate, it could reach the Carolinas by tomorrow, Georgia by the end of the week. The entire East Coast could become one continuous outbreak zone. The military would have to establish a defensive line well inland, probably the Appalachian Mountains, and seize the entire coast. That would mean abandoning 100 million people in coastal areas.
It's 1 p.m. We're 15 hours into this broadcast. David, I want to address something for everyone listening. We know you're scared. We're scared too. We know you're wondering what to do, how to protect yourself, whether there's any hope. Here's what we know. The situation is bad and getting worse. Government is struggling to respond. The military is overwhelmed. Society is breaking down in outbreak zones. This could spread further. It could reach your area. We need to be prepared. Have supplies, have weapons, have plans. But you also need to maintain your humanity. Help your neighbors. Protect the vulnerable. Don't become a monster while fighting monsters.
We're going to continue broadcasting for as long as we can. Our station is outside the outbreak zone, but if it spreads here, we'll stay on air as long as possible. You deserve information. You deserve to know what's happening. Even if everything else fails, even if government collapses, even if society fractures, we'll be here broadcasting, telling you what we know, helping you make sense of the chaos. You're not alone. Millions are listening. We're all in this together. Whatever comes, we face it as Americans, as humans, together.
It's 1:15 p.m. Let me read a final message we received that encapsulates this moment. It's from a high school teacher in Pennsylvania. He writes, I'm watching the world end from my classroom window. The school is locked down. Students are with me. We're safe for now. But I don't know what happens next. I don't know how to explain this to teenagers. How do I tell them their world is gone? That everything they knew, schools, college, careers, futures, might not exist anymore. How do I give them hope when I have none myself? I'm supposed to be preparing them for life. But what life is there in a world of zombies? I don't have answers. I just have questions. And fear, so much fear.
That future is facing what we're all facing, a world transformed overnight, a future that looks nothing like the past. Uncertainty, fear, grief for what's lost and what might never be. But she's staying with her students. She's protecting them. She's doing what she can in an impossible situation. That's all any of us can do. Do what we can. Protect who we can. Survive if we can. And if we survive, rebuild. Humanity has faced apocalypses before, plagues, wars, disasters. We've always rebuilt. Maybe we will again, maybe not. But the trying matters, the fighting matters. We don't surrender, we never surrender. 1:30 p.m.
David, let me end this part of our broadcast with this thought. 15 hours ago, the sun rose on a normal day. People went to work, to school, to their lives. Now the sun is past noon on a day unlike any in American history. A day when a zombie outbreak spread beyond control. A day when the military bombed American cities. A day when society fractured and millions fled their homes. This is a day that will be remembered forever. If there's anyone left to remember, we don't know what the next 15 hours will bring, but we'll be here broadcasting, bearing witness, helping however we can. Stay strong, stay safe, stay human.
This is David Hale and Sarah Donovan. We'll continue our broadcast when we have more information. For now, just survive.
Ownership 50% of White House flights and gaming essentials now at a gallery.
Mm.